Welcome to Today in LA. I'm Mike Amos. He's Boris Lee as we start a Tuesday on our show. And of course,
September the 13th.
We were prior to going on, we were talking about the Troy Bull and Barrel Bash coming up this weekend. So if you love rodeo like so many people do around here, it's going to be a big night, Friday and Saturday.
At the Pike County Cattlemen's Park Complex this Friday and Saturday. Professional bull riding and barrel racing. And the wonderful thing about it, Mike, is it's going to benefit the J.O. College Senior Center and the St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. It'll be Friday and Saturday. And I texted Jason Gregory, Premier Dodge Jeep Ram of Troy. They're the big sponsor, or they are the sponsor. And I texted he and his wife, and the girls will be competing. Olivia, Maddie, and Emily, they'll be in the barrel racing part of it.
Yeah, that's going to be fun just to see that.
I don't know. I know the Chandler family around Goshen that runs the barn. Their daughters are involved in the rodeo circuit. I'm not sure if they'll be involved in it. But did want to mention, I don't know if we mentioned yesterday, but this past weekend was the 21st anniversary of 9/11.
Oh, boy.
That's why the flags are at half-mast, because of what happened 21 years ago, in New York City and in Pennsylvania. And,
where were you when it happened?
I was in the back locker room at Charles Simpson Middle School. I got a call from one of our dealers of sports equipment. He said, Forrest, he said, you need to go find the TV and turn it on. And he told me that the first plane had hit. So I went straight to the principal's office, David Hams. I said, Mr. Hams, I said, let's please turn on the TV. We need to turn it on. And we turned the TV on and saw the second plane hit.
Oh, boy.
And so I just thought it was appropriate for him to know.
No question
I may
about
be,
it.
yes, but
Because
anyway.
just think of what those kids were seeing,
Yeah. And then my second thought was mobilization, because I was still in the Alabama National Guard at the time. And I said, well, we're probably fixing to be caught up, because the way I looked at it, well, it was a terrorist act on our home ground, which was the first one since Pearl Harbor on December the 7th, 1941. And but of the fallen men and women of that day and the families involved, are still, there's not a day that goes by that they don't think of it.
I know that we were doing our show, and that was, what would that have been, 21 years ago? And it would
2001?
Yeah. To today, let's see. Oh, gosh. Well, 21 days, 21 years.
That'd be 2001.
Since we did it, but we were on the air, and there was Steve or somebody told me to turn the channel, and I turned the channel, and we saw that, and I came back on the air, and I told everybody to change the channel and see what was happening, and it was the most dramatic event ever in our history. I'm sure the Pearl Harbor would have been right there with it. So that and Pearl Harbor would have been the probably the worst, most tragic event of our time.
And, and there's a constant screening. There's a constant awareness of right now, what can happen now.
I was watching
worldwide and in the United States.
I was panning through my channels last night, and I came over oh shoot, I don't even know. It was one of the government, one of the channels that had different government concerns,
Yes, sir.
And one they were mainly concerned about these, what are these, drones?
Drones.
Drones.
Drones, oh yes. Oh yeah.
These drones and how the United States has gotten, for the last 5 years, has fell behind in drone development.
Drone development.
Drone development, and which is not good. I mean,
you know, Louis,
do you know it showed where they actually bought in the last few years or a few months, they have bought drones from China. Can you believe that?
Oh yeah. Well, we have capability of doing stuff with drones, but another concerning thing is throughout the United States, you're having foreign countries buy up large tracts of American land, and some of those large tracts of land are near some key military installations and some key security installations as it relates to the defense of our country. That's alarming, and there's been some legislation that has been talked about preventing outside foreign interests from buying such large amounts of land.
Yeah.
Because what will they build on that land to counteract what we may have to protect our citizens and our assets?
You know, they were even talking about having these drones outside of football stadiums and making it more secure to go to a football game. Hey, that's understandable to me. Good morning. You on Today in L.A.?
Hi, morning.
Mike Amos calling from Grayton Beach, Florida. What is it? Pretty down there or what?
Yeah, it's gorgeous, actually. It's going to be sunny all week, it looks like, finally.
Well, we had a bright sunshine this morning, didn't you think?
It's nice and crisp, a little bit cool.
Oh, boy, it's really good and cool out there right now. It really is. If you're going to do anything outdoors today, make sure you do it in the first half of the day because it is really pleasant.
Mm-hmm. And, hey, Michael, in the Troy Messenger, I read online last night that Coach John Sumrall has announced the reestablishing of weekly awards in honor of former Troy players. Nathan Harris, the Service Award, and the Corey McKellar's Spirit Award. But he's going to rename the Service Award in honor of Nathan Harris and John Johnson. And, of course, John played at Charles Henderson.
Great player.
Both Nathan Harrison and John Johnson, passed away in motorcycle accidents. Harris passed away in 2016, and John passed away in 2019. And, the local people around Troy, John was a star receiver at Charles Henderson High School. Then he later was a star receiver for the Troy Trojans. And Sumrall was there when those guys played. And oddly enough, the last time he's reestablishing the awards, they haven't been given for a while.
Yeah.
But ironically, John was the last recipient of the Nathan Harris Service Award. But this week's winner of the Nathan Harris John Johnson Service Award goes to all Sunbelt defender Javon Solomon, and the Corey McCullough Spirit Award was presented to senior Tim Stewart. And some of the game offensive players of the game for Troy University was receiver Rajay Johnson was the offensive player of the game. He was
number 0. Was he number 0, Mike?
Yeah, he's a UAB transfer.
Boy, he's good. He's good.
And defensive tackle T.J. Jackson was named defensive player of the game.
Really?
And Bandit Eric Shaw was special teams player of the game. Also, receiver.
Shaw is the transfer from South Carolina. I played a real foul.
Mm-hmm. Says receiver Marcus Fales was named scout team offensive player of the week. Defensive lineman Fabian Rogish is scout team defensive player of the week. And running back Jarris Williams was the scout team special teams player of the week. So he's recognizing your scout team because they had to go through the gamut of running the plays of your upcoming opponent. So this week,
hey, Williams played at Blunt, and recruit. But, he's never seen the field at Troy. I don't know what's happened with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a great effort on Coach Summerall's part to reestablish those the service award and the spirit award for those former players, so that their memory will live on, and to recognize your scout team players who don't get to play the game.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. And
Coach Summerall was brutally honest yesterday at the press conference. He said the last 4 times we played Appalachian State, the average score is 45-10. And Troy has not beat App State since 2014. So he's basically letting everybody know that they're going to have to play their best game to even have a chance to stay in the game. Interesting line in Vegas, though. I mean, line is 13.
Yeah, that's.
What is that, low or high?
Low.
Low. God, I mean, if you look at the scores over the years in this game, especially up there, I mean, tremendous blowouts.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it makes you feel like with game day being there and the big win over A&M, that there's going to be a big letdown. That's what that tells you.
So that should be a 1:30 kick Central Time, I think. So it's a 2:30 kick Eastern Standard Time. Is that right, Michael?
I don't know. I hope that's the case, because if that's not the case, Alabama at 3, Auburn, Penn State at 2:30, and Troy, App State at 2:30. I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got enough TVs, but it's going to be hard to watch all those.
Yeah, I think that's a 1:30 kick because that is Eastern Standard Time in Boone, North Carolina, which is 479 miles away. It'll take you 7 hours and 41 minutes. Jody was telling me a story when Georgia Southern played Appalachian State in Boone, North Carolina. Yeah. It turned freezing cold. And she said, I slipped down a hill, and a girlfriend of hers, future husband, saved her life. He said he caught me. But she said I would have been a goner.
Oh, God. I mean,
but,
for people looking ahead, and I'm looking ahead right now. In fact, I'm looking for some tickets right now. Troy and Marshall is going to kick off at 6. I like that.
In Troy?
6 in Troy, 6 o'clock, and boy, that's going to be.
That's 2 back-to-back.
That's got a chance to be one of our biggest home crowds ever, especially if we play. We go out, we do what we can do against Appalachian.
Who does Marshall play this week, Michael?
It looks like 2:30.
Central Standard Time.
Yeah, that's what's saying on TroyTrojans.com.
That's why Appalachian State.
ESPNU or ESPN Plus.
ESPN Plus. The big news for the Marshall game is that the NFL Network has picked up the Troy Marshall game. So anybody that has the NFL Network, I know I have it down here at channel 212, but
what do we have? Do we have that, Steve?
You're talking about millions and millions of people that have the NFL Network. NFL Network's calling college games now, and they actually did the Louisiana Lafayette Eastern Michigan game this past weekend on the NFL Network. I watched it.
Let's ask Steve. Steve, do you know anything about that? On your basic cable, or what's the number?
Expanded cable. In other words, C Spire and Troy Cable, you can get that package onto the extended package.
Yeah. Well, I sure hope so. I mean, do I have the extended package, Mike?
I would imagine you probably have every channel Troy Cable has, I would think.
Well,
Steve said yes.
If not, shame on Troy Cable and C Spire. You worked hard for about 35 years.
Oh.
Speaking of the NFL, I wanted to mention that Carson Tinker, just like a practice squad, they signed him to the practice squad last week, and he played. Their starting snapper has a shoulder injury, so Carson Tinker had a great day of snapping, and the Seattle Seahawks defeated the Broncos. Of course, the former quarterback.
What is that Broncos coach thinking, Dad? I mean, I didn't have a dog in the hunt, so I didn't really care, but do you really think Russell Wilson to get 5 yards to get closer field goal range than a 64-yarder. They called timeout with 20 seconds left on a 4th and 5 at the Seattle. I don't know what it was at, 45 or whatever, and decide they want to kick a 64-yard field goal to win the game.
Which is the second longest field goal in NFL
history. Yeah. I mean, I am still baffled that coach made that decision.
I know it. You're right.
You know, Russell Wilson, he signed with the Broncos for, was it 5 years, $200 and something million?
Oh, God.
They gave up draft picks, and and Lamar Jackson for the Ravens, they say he turned down 5 years like $260, $270 million.
And
turned it down.
Oh,
He's wanting to get more.
Oh,
sign with a free agent.
Oh, man.
Well, the big
Russell Wilson got beat by a journeyman quarterback, Geno Smith, and started a game in about 8 years.
That's right.
Beat him last night.
Sure did. They were big buddies when they were teammates.
Big news on the Plains at Auburn. Owen Papu, if I pronounce that wrong, I'm sorry, and Derek Hall, they're two of the captains. They want Auburn to play in orange jerseys this weekend against Penn State. It's orange out. That's the theme, orange out. So all the stadium will be in orange. They want to wear orange jerseys, but they will have orange face masks. They will have orange face masks.
All right, let me tell you this. We've talked about this before. You know, the teams that don't make changes, like Alabama wouldn't make a change like that. And I don't think Auburn will. Have y'all ever seen them come out in anything other than blue or white?
That's just one thing that captains wanted to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, since the whole stadium's going to be orange.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
They've always had orange face masks, I think.
No, I think it's been white. But there will be an orange face mask. It reads here, it says, Hall confirmed that at least one surprise alteration for the team's marquee non-conference matchup against Penn State will be the return of an orange face mask. That's, you know.
And that's going to be very interesting.
What do you think about that game, Mike?
I like Auburn. That they're on a roll a little bit. And,
on a roll a little bit. They barely beat San Jose State.
Well, they did. They're undefeated. Auburn is undefeated. And is that this weekend?
Yes.
Yeah. Auburn. I saw a lot of people trying to get rid of tickets on Facebook.
Are you serious? Gosh, I think I'd take a ticket. That's a pretty good game, I think. If you're willing.
Penn State right now is a slight 3-point favorite.
At Auburn.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Penn State is ranked now. They're now 22.
Yeah.
Troy's former quarterback Kyle Toole is now on Georgia Southern's roster. So he got in the transfer portal, left Troy, and now is a backup quarterback at Georgia Southern. You know, Georgia Southern's quarterback that threw for 400 yards against Nebraska in the big win the other night was a transfer from Buffalo of all places.
Oh, gosh. And that's going to be a big game between Georgia Southern and UAB.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I say the cheapest ticket to the Auburn Penn State game is $120. That's what I'm pulling up.
Oh.
But you might get it cheaper toward the end of
I guarantee you could go up to that game and get a ticket, no problem.
What, Auburn and Penn State?
Yeah. I guarantee
you don't think they'll fill it up?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be coming close to a sellout, but I mean, I think you can find a ticket.
Yeah. Well,
to me, Auburn fans worried about getting beat.
Yeah. That's right. Of course, we've got.
I'll say this though: the Troy tickets against App State are so hard to get that Brent Jones made an announcement yesterday that tickets can only be bought offline through the Troy ticket office through a phone call. And they have a very limited number of tickets that they can even provide. That's how tough it is to get a ticket for this game.
Now, for people that don't know, Appalachian is the college football game day event, don't you? Is that right?
Yeah, so if you're an Appalachian State fan, this will be the event of a lifetime for college game day. You know, you got, Reese Davis, Desmond Howard, David Pollitt, Kurt Herbstreit, Lee Corso, all those guys will be there live on campus. I mean, the exposure alone will be worth millions and millions of dollars in advertising.
I bet.
And that's because you whoop Texas A&M.
That's the thing about this game that's so interesting to me. When you look at that line, I can't see Troy. I mean, just watching Troy this year, I don't see Troy having any kind of deep threat. We can dink and dunk and, throw 15-yard out route, stuff like that. But I don't see one guy that can, stretch the field for Troy. I mean, Tez Johnson, the guy that was at Central Valley last year, he's Troy's best receiver, but he weighs 160 pounds. He didn't even play against Alabama A&M, Coach Summerall said.
Yeah.
But are you seeing any kind of receivers that can make a difference there?
Well, aren't we banged? Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But we're banged up on defense too. Marshall may be.
He said KJ Robinson will be back. The kid from Thompson that's been playing at Troy for 5 years, linebacker. And he said that he thinks Marshall will be able to play, but it's going to be a game time decision.
Oh, but what do you have? A sprain?
Maybe a hamstring.
Some lower body. Yeah, some lower body issue.
How many tackles did he have last week? Now I know he had a bunch the first week.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the stats.
Yeah.
Going back to the tickets on Vivid Seats, you can get a ticket for today for $162, the cheapest ticket. Or Ticketmaster, the cheapest ticket is $192.
Golly, to the Auburn Penn State game.
No, to the Troy Appalachian State.
Oh boy, to Troy and Appalachian State. Isn't that unreal?
That's gotta be one of the hot calls for a Sunbelt ticket of all time.
Boy, that is something.
I was listening to the Newhousel show on Sirius Satellite Radio yesterday, and Rick Newhousel had Carl Benson on, the former Sunbelt commissioner.
Yeah.
And he just raved about the presidents of the Sunbelt. And he said the main reason the Sunbelt grew so much and, started playing just that one Power 5 game instead of playing 3 or 4 of the big names. Jack Hawkins, he brought up several times, has been in Troy for 35 years. And then the Louisiana Lafayette president had been there for 25, 27 years. And he said that they were very, instrumental as far as pushing the Sun Belt and kind of to the format they are now. And he also brought up, Neil Brown and Troy winning at LSU and all the other big wins the Sun Belt's had over the years. But high praise for Jack Hawkins yesterday on national radio.
Mm-hmm. And there's a great article it's either CBS Sports or ESPN about the Sun Belt Conference and what they've accomplished in the past 4, 5, 6 years against Power 5 schools.
Yeah.
But, we play Marshall next week. They will travel and play at Bowling Green.
This week.
Yeah, that's who Marshall plays.
That's not an easy place to play. I've actually been to a game at Bowling Green and saw Troy get blown out.
I have too. And of course, anybody that goes can go to the Corvette National Museum.
Yeah.
You're talking about Bowling Green, Kentucky, Western Kentucky, Dad. I'm talking about Bowling Green, Ohio.
Oh, okay. I don't know much about Ohio.
Yeah. Outside of Detroit, I flew up there with a buddy of mine, Philip Grice. We flew up there, and my dear friend John Reeves decided to drive all the way from Troy.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Bowling Green, Ohio. You didn't make that trip, Dad. That was a rare trip I made that you didn't make.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's the Sun Belt Conference schedule. Who can we beat this week? Sun Belt. Texas State at Baylor.
Loss.
Buffalo at Coastal Carolina.
Win.
Old Dominion at Virginia.
Ooh, man. That's an interesting game.
Virginia will beat them, I think.
I'll say loss.
South Alabama travels to the great state of California to play UCLA.
Whoa.
How about South Alabama goes up to Central Michigan, Jim Knockling's team, I think by 14 points. I mean, big win. The back-to-back weekends, UCLA plays a team from Alabama. They played Alabama State and won 45-7. Now they'll play South Alabama this weekend.
That's right. So
you know what's crazy about that is UCLA is playing two teams out of Alabama, and Auburn and Alabama play nobody.
Yeah, I know exactly.
yeah. All right, here we go. Georgia Southern at UAB.
That's going to be a goodie.
We got Troy at Appalachian State. The University of Louisiana Monroe and the Bowden and his staff will come to Tuscaloosa to play Alabama. Can they give him fits? Is that where Conan is as defensive coordinator?
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people mentioned that at West Virginia on the message boards. You know, when Neil Brown lost Dick Conan as his defense coordinator, that really hurt Neil Brown's coaching career. I mean, you're talking about one of the best defense coordinators in the country, in my opinion, Big Conan.
Yeah.
You know, and he's been gone the last 2 years.
We've already mentioned Marshall at Bowling Green, Arkansas State at Memphis,
Okay.
Charlotte at Georgia State,
All right.
Northwestern State at Southern Miss, and
That's a big game for Southern Miss. They need to win.
And the Louisiana Raging Cajuns play Rice.
All right.
Did y'all know that Coastal Carolina barely beat Gardner-Webb?
Yeah, I
One
saw
double A
that.
team.
Yeah.
And then one of the more shocking scores you'll ever see, Georgia State at home after playing Alabama got beat by Weber State,
Oh, did it?
35-7
At Georgia State.
at Utah State.
No, no. Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about Utah State.
Utah State played Alabama and got beat 55-0. Went home and played Weber State and got beat 35-7 by one double A score.
Wow.
Yeah.
Long year for them.
It was a weird week for football.
Yeah, you're right.
I tell you a game that could be interesting. You know, Texas is quarterback hurt. Everybody always says after you play Alabama, you get beat up. Texas is at home playing UT San Antonio, who can score a lot of points.
Sure
That could be
can.
an interesting game.
Yes, sir. They're a good program.
They just went on the road and won at Army.
They won't be as high.
Yeah.
Texas will not.
Do you know? I'm gonna tell you why.
If that quarterback, if Tennessee was against Alabama, if he comes back healthy, I don't know how Arch Manning will beat that kid out.
Well,
Cool, calm, and collected.
I'll tell you this. You know, something that jumps out at me. Texas A&M's gonna lose again. They play at Miami. I mean, they play at Texas A&M. Is that right?
Yeah, they're at home against A&M. They're a 6-point favorite.
And they're at home against A&M.
No, A&M's at home against Miami.
Yeah, number 30.
All right, okay.
Number 30.
Okay. You know, some of these have okay.
Tua looked really good against Mac Jones. That was a big win by the Dolphins. Maybe this is the year Tua finally shows up and shines in the NFL.
What happened to Matt Jones?
He got hurt.
Did he?
Yeah,
He got hurt. He only threw for 213 yards, got sacked, gave up a fumble for a touchdown. But Tua threw for 270 and looked really good.
Didn't he throw a touchdown to Jason Waddell?
Yeah.
Waddell?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Mike, how bad is?
You got Waddle and Tariq Hill in the same lineup now. I mean, can you imagine trying to cover those guys?
You just hit them and let them do the rest.
Mike, the Mississippi State played late. Did they win last week?
Oh yeah, they won. They were really good. I watched that. They won 39-17.
Yeah. Now they're playing
39-17 against an Arizona team that just beat San Diego State, who's usually pretty good. But yeah, you know, the quarterback Will Rogers threw for 370.
Oh boy, he's something. And then so they've got that game Mississippi State. If they could win again on the road, Mike, against LSU, which I think they might do, that would be something to be excited about. You're right.
Yeah, and can you imagine if Brian Kelly starts 1-2 at LSU? Boy, that's gonna be rough.
Yeah,
His demeanor, you got to have a little bit of fire to you, or a little bit of
that's right.
enthusiasm.
Yeah, exactly right.
The biggest game, though, to me, though, I mean, as far as if you're looking at a game that'll be interesting on Friday night, I like to watch the Florida State game at Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
Tell you what, those quarterbacks, Lee Cunningham, the kid out of Montgomery, is really good. Florida State's quarterback Travis looked really good against LSU. That'll be a great game on Friday night. They play at Louisville, Florida State. A lot of people down here have been talking Florida State, wanting to figure out if they're finally back. We'll find out against Louisville.
Yeah. Also on Friday, Air Force will play Syracuse.
That'll be a late
I mean,
night game.
Air Force will play Wyoming.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That'll
Boy,
be a late.
Air Force just killed Colorado.
Yeah, they're supposed to have a real good team this year. And one of the surprises is Illinois, how well they've been playing too. You know.
Yeah, Brad Belmont's done a good job there.
What about the Oklahoma-Nebraska game? Does Nebraska have a chance? It's in Nebraska.
Well, I would sure like to see it, but
BYU at Oregon. That's another good
You know,
one.
unfortunately, Nebraska and Troy are very similar. They lose a lot of close games over the last 3 to 4 years. You know, Troy's trying to find a way to get over the hump, just kind of like Nebraska. Troy's had better records. You know, they've been 5-7 3 straight years. I think Nebraska's been worse than that. But just amazing. If they would have waited 3 weeks, all the radio shows were talking about this yesterday. Scott Frost buyout would have been $7.5 million. But basically, they fired him. He gets all $15 million.
oh, I thought that right there was one of the most irresponsible deals in college football history. Are you saying is if they would have kept him until
The first one.
October 1st, yeah, the buyout would have gone down to $7.5 million.
so we're talking about $7.5 million they could have saved.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Good luck to you, Scott Frost, and hey, mate, and you'll never have to worry about.
There's a house for sale right by Ed Ogeron's place.
Yeah, that's right. You can move right next to. Did you say, Mike, that Coach Ogeron or Coach O lives down there next to you?
He doesn't live in Creighton, but I heard he's got a place down in Destin, which is about 20 miles from here.
Yeah.
Well, like you were mentioning, if Coach Neil Brown is shown the exit even after the season, his is about, what, 17?
Well, I hope he can get rich like that. I think
Yeah,
it's,
you know, the thing with Neil is you know, he's got so many former coaches, you know, we know from that previous staff, you know, Matt Moore, Sean Reagan, Chad Scott, Jordan Leslie.
Oh, yeah.
Just a lot of guys we know. I mean, I hope he can turn it around. But, man, if you go on that fan base, I follow him on Instagram and some other sites, and every fan is just ready to fire Neil Brown and the athletic director.
yeah. And they probably won't. Let me tell you a couple of things about what I saw in Troy. And I thought that Troy threw the ball in the second half very good. I don't know why they waited to the second half to start throwing the ball down the field a little bit. But I thought Gunner played very well in the second half and threw the ball real well. I mean, I thought he looked real well throwing the pass in the second half.
I can't understand why we can't run the ball, though. I mean, 43 yards against the 1AA team shouldn't happen.
And I'm surprised that he has not run the ball more, to give us that extra advantage.
He's not a runner, though.
Well, he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be a pretty good runner. You know,
Watson
he's real athletic, Mike Joel. Mike, he's very athletic. Gunner is.
Gunner Watson?
Yeah, they say he was an all-state basketball player, all-state baseball player. Yeah, they said it was.
Did they even put the Costelli kid in?
I didn't see it. Is he number 9?
No, that's Daggy.
No, Daggy played late. I think I read some stat line. He threw.
Yeah, Daggy hit the kid from Marlsdale Bible, and he went about 50 yards per touchdown.
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, so he did throw a touchdown pass?
Outran everybody.
Yeah.
So the second string quarterback now, is that right?
Well, he's been the second string quarterback. He came in against Ole Miss and completed a pass for 12 yards.
Yeah, but that would have just a broken. He was replaced immediately.
Daggy threw 2 or 3 balls that looked really good from what I saw.
So he did come in late.
I watched the game on ESPN 3.
Yeah.
You know, Michael, going back to West Virginia, certainly we want the best to happen for that program because of Coach Brown and Coach Moore and the folks that we know. They play Townsend this weekend. Then it gets tough. Virginia Tech, at Texas.
Actually, they can win Virginia Tech.
Yeah. All right, you got at Texas, Baylor's at home, at Texas Tech,
Oh boy.
home versus TCU, at Iowa State, home versus Oklahoma, home versus Kansas State, and at Oklahoma State.
Yeah. Oh man, that is a roof. That's
Kansas State just killed Missouri.
Just
I mean,
walloped them.
Missouri scored on the last play of the game, and they wouldn't even have a touchdown.
Yeah.
Beat them 40-14.
Now, let me tell you some stories behind this. You know who the coach is at Kansas State?
Yeah, the former great North Dakota State coach.
How many? He won about 10 national championships at North Dakota State in Division one AA.
What's his name?
A lot of people, Chris Kleiman, a lot of people said yesterday that he ought to be the top choice at
Nebraska.
At Nebraska, yeah.
Yeah, he would be a good one. He's won everywhere he's been, and he's the guy that won all those games at North Dakota State, and they won several national championships in a row. And
well, he won a lot, and then the guy at Wyoming won a lot too.
Yeah,
they've had like two or three coaches at North Dakota State.
So it's quite a deal.
Here's the box score for the weekend for Troy. If you want to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear.
Gunnar Watson was 23 of 34 for 351.
Oh boy! Now I don't care if you're playing Goshen High School, Mike. That's not bad numbers.
He had
3 picks.
Four touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
But
you got to cut those out.
Well, he did throw for four touchdowns and 300.
Jared Dagey came in with 5 for 11 for 113 yards, 1 touchdown. The touchdown was for 39 yards.
When did he come in that ball game? I must have been napping.
Third quarter.
Third quarter. Did Gunnar leave and not come back?
Oh well, I mean they just wanted to give. I'm sure Dagey some reps. They were up 38-3 at one time.
But well, let me just say this: did Gunnar do all of this in say 3 quarters and set out in the fourth quarter?
I guess, yeah, that's what it looks like.
Man.
And then Kamani Vidal rushed for 38 yards. DK Billingsley 22. Damian Taylor rushed for 15. Jamonte Woods 6. Still no Charles Strong. Charles Strong was like every other article in the spring at running back and was not seen to field. So that was some interesting how all that hype got built up about this big running back, that played at Texas A&M and then didn't play and got moved to linebacker and then got moved back to running back. Troy's never even given him the ball yet.
I'm going to tell you right now that there's some coaches, some big name coaches that are getting a little. They are making right now their teams upset with Miami and going to play Texas A&M. What do y'all think about that game? Yeah, this is supposed to be the best Miami team they've had lately.
I mean, you got to think that you're going to have Texas A&M play their best game of the year.
But I don't think.
I feel like Johnson's got to be your quarterback though, and going forward. I mean, Johnson threw for 2,800 yards last year, and I think 25 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. I mean, why would he not be your starting quarterback anyway?
You mean at LSU?
At LSU, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Mississippi State.
Carlton Marshall had 4 tackles before he got hurt.
oh boy, I sure hope he can. I hope he can get better. But Miami's not playing LSU.
No, I'm saying, but LSU's former quarterback, Johnson, transferred to A&M.
That's right.
And got beat out by this Haynes King guy who looked absolutely awful.
He sure did.
I mean, against App State.
Yeah.
And then, when he was banged up, they didn't bring him in then either, because his ankle was.
Yeah. And I hate to say it, I'm getting where I don't even like Jimbo. I don't like the way he acts.
I can't talk that fast. I mean, he just rattles it off.
He really does. I think he lost.
He won the national championship with Amos Winston, and that pretty much, made him one of the top coaches in America when he won the national championship. But he's had a lot of mediocre seasons since then.
I see where Dabo signed him a contract last week, or has been offered one.
Oh, boy.
He'll be the second highest paid coach behind Nicholas Santa Claus Saban.
You would think that Dabo and Jimbo would be good friends, but I don't know. I think they're just the opposite of each other. Mike is I proclaim this, that my high school team of the week is Zion Chapel.
Zion Chapel.
With a 19-6 win over Samson, Zion Chapel is my team of the week this week.
They got a new coach down there. I think Cody King, maybe?
Cody King, he has coached at Charles Henderson, and he was on staff at Zion Chapel at one time. I don't know if he went somewhere and came back, but Randy Bryant was the head coach, and Randy now is one of the assistant principals at Zion Chapel High School, and they have some of the nicest looking facilities that you ever want to see. The school is pristine, and the family that owned that little area before you get to the school, that family sold it and they cleaned it up, and that's a beautiful campus, and
really is
manicured, and the great staff.
A lot of people moving into that area because of the quality of schools that they've got there. And it's a big outfit when you include all the young kids. So you've got not only high school, junior high school, and elementary school. You got
it's all there.
Yeah.
It's all in one campus.
You want to take a Milo's tea break?
Yes, I would love to. We'll be back after this.
Our wide selection of pre-owned vehicles looks so good, you'll think they're new.
So take the short drive to Bill Jackson Ford in Troy, where you too can experience the Jackson satisfaction.
Bill Jackson Ford, Troy, Alabama.
A personal touch, a high level of trust. Whether it's checking and savings accounts, personal or business loans, or our local friendly service. That's what Troy Bank and Trust customers expect. But now we offer more. Free identity theft protection for our new and existing customers, protecting your family's time, money, and good name from identity theft. Because protecting your identity is now a big part of our identity.
Troy Cable Security Wi-Fi doorbell camera allows you to answer the door from your smartphone when you are at home, at work, or on the go. When a visitor presses the button, Troy Cable Security sends a live video feed to your smartphone so you can see, hear, and speak to the person at your door. With the doorbell camera, you can have your porch light turn on automatically when it detects motion at night to create the appearance that someone is at home. You can view video clips so you can always know who stopped by when you were out. Troy Cable Security. You love them. Protect them.
These teenage years can be tricky to navigate, especially when it comes to teaching my son about managing money. I'm thankful for helpful tools like Sidekick from Max. With Sidekick, requesting and rewarding money is easy. He can earn it by completing chores, making honor roll, or simply making a request from his own app. I love that I can easily monitor his purchases and set limits to help him learn to make smart choices with his spending, even on video games. Sidekick. Find it in your Max app.
In the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? We've got what you're looking for.
So come see us at Bill Jackson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Troy, and you too can experience the Jackson satisfaction.
Bill Jackson Chevrolet Buick GMC.
Back to our show, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Premier Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Ram trucks on the bypass in Troy, Alabama, where this week they've got some of the biggest sales they've had in their history. And, of course, great selection of new cars and trucks, and then, of course, a huge selection of used cars and trucks available today at discount prices from Premier. And, of course, right now, I was hoping that we could hear from Jason Gregory. We're going to try to get a call through to him this morning and find out more about these barrel racers of his. And it's going to be fun to get out there and see them.
I was trying to find yesterday, I had it pulled up, the number of states that allow name, image, and likeness for high school kids, and I'll pull that up here in just a few minutes. But in Major League Baseball, Mike Trout, in 100 games, he's been injured, but in the 100 games that he's played, he's hit 35 home runs. And in the last 7 games, he's hit a home run in the last 7 games. So Mike Trout.
All right, now let me just tell you what kind of brain I've got. The guy
Mickey Mantle.
No.
I mean, not Mickey Mantle, but Don Mattingly had the record.
Well, how about Dale Long? Dale Long with the Pittsburgh Pirates back when I was growing up had 8 straight the games that he hit a home run. So find out about that. And of course, we're researching it this morning.
Dale Long, let's see, he was born in Springfield, Missouri. Let me see if I can pull this up.
I love these.
He set the in 1956. He set a Major League Baseball record by hitting a home run in 8 consecutive games.
What do you think about that? Do you think I could have won a trivia question on that, Mike?
How about this?
Don Mattingly supposed to be on there.
Okay, I'll pull him up too. It says Long became the first left-handed throwing catchers.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
In the majors since Jiggs Donahue in 1902.
I did not know that.
He was a left-handed throwing catcher, and Dan Smith and I go way back. And when I was at the middle school at Charles Henson Middle School, I had a bunch of memorabilia in my office. When I was transferred to the elementary school, our office diminished somewhat, so I had nowhere to put all my stuff. Nowhere. So I gave it away, and I called Dan. I said, Dan, I want to give you something. I gave him bats, helmets, but I had picked up a left-handed catcher's mitt somewhere in a antique store. And he's got a left-handed catcher's mitt in his office, Dan does.
That is unusual. But let me ask you this. Why is that? Is it because they can't throw from the left?
Well, most of your batters are right-handed, I would think. And but let me put.
Oh, they've got a lot of left-handers out there.
I mean, most people bat from the right side.
Yeah.
But I don't know the answer to that question. But let me pull up Don Mattingly.
Mattingly was probably one of my favorite players growing up.
Oh, he was one of mine too.
He was born in Evanston, Indiana.
Yeah.
He's 61 years old. Let's see if I can pull up this record here. Y'all go ahead while I'm trying to read
Mattingly, Mike did something a little bit unusual.
Yeah, I've got it right here. How many consecutive games did Don Mattingly hit a home run in? 8 straight games.
All right, so he tied Dale Long's record.
Yeah.
And,
And then Ken Griffey Jr. did it in 1993.
Oh, boy, 8 straight. That's amazing. That's amazing. Griffey Jr.
Yeah, Mattingly's not in the Hall of Fame, which is kind of surprising.
I can't understand that either.
He used to hit about 330 a year. He hit for average.
And Mike, I try to teach you that way. Is getting your weight on your back foot. He would be like a rattlesnake. He would be back on his on his back foot, and when that ball got there, bang. You know, it wasn't that he had to worry about weight shifting. You know, he's already got his weight back on that back street. George Brett, same way.
Yeah. You know, Madeline said he's the founder of Madeline Charities, a nonprofit organization that serves underprivileged youth by supporting programs which promote baseball and softball participation in conjunction with other developmentally related activities.
Yeah.
Don Madeline.
You know, I've had a lot of favorite Yankees. I was a huge Yankee fan. Of course, Mickey Mantle was my favorite of all time. But Mattingly was one of my favorites. I tell you, another one of my favorites that a lot of people don't think about much was Bobby Mercer. You ever heard of Bobby Mercer?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
So, you know, they thought Bobby Mercer, they moved him to shortstop when he came up in the major leagues, and they thought he'd be another Mickey Mantle. He wanted Mickey Mantle, but he was a good player. You know, Mickey Mantle was a switch hitter and, you know, and could run like a deer.
You know, when you said the word switch hitter, I was listening to commentary, I guess it was on TV. Like the Houston Astros, I believe it is, they have a lot of switch hitting players.
Isn't that amazing?
You wouldn't, I don't know of any switch hitting high school players in this area. Now, I did for fun, but
yeah.
Well,
you know, the Yankees had a lot of left-handed hitters because of the short porch. You know, actually, down the line, it was 298 down the line. Can you believe that? At Yankee Stadium. But then it would move in, you know, out further, you know, with the type stadium it was. But you know, he hit one on the roof a couple of times. You know.
Yeah, Chipper Jones. Was he a switch hitter?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
So he was the last prolific switch hitter that I can think of.
I'll tell you
since
another
Mickey
one.
Mantle.
I'll tell you another one. He played for the Baltimore area.
Murray was a great.
Yes,
Eddie
right.
Murray was a great switch hitter.
That's what I'm talking about. Played with Baltimore. Eddie Murray was a great switch hitter.
I think he hit over 500 home runs.
He did.
Mantle hit 523, and
Setting up lunch with Sean Duncan. Hell, Dad, your favorite.
oh really? They're down at the beach.
Yeah, Sean and JB are down here.
How long will they be there?
I think they're leaving tomorrow. They actually
tell-
flew down. You can fly Southwest into Panama City Beach's airport for $89.
Oh gosh, what?
Yep.
Hey, I'm liable to fly down there instead of driving then. but that's out of where?
Out of Panama City's airport, they do a direct flight out of Nashville. So from Nashville, Tennessee to Panama City Beach, you can fly for $89.
Oh gosh, is that why they did? And then they rent a car.
Yeah.
Man, that is the way to do it.
Now they didn't even rent a car. They just
Is that from anywhere in the United States or just from Nashville?
No, just from Nashville's airport to Panama City Beach's airport.
Yeah, boy, oh boy.
It's like a tourist thing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they're trying to get as many people from Tennessee down here. And I'll tell you this: if you live down here, I would say every other car is Tennessee.
They do love
That's
it,
how
don't
many
they?
people. That's how many people from Tennessee are down here.
Oh God. Well, that surprises me. You know, you're Atlanta. You would think a lot of them come out of Atlanta too, Mike.
Yeah, I didn't realize when Tennessee won that game this weekend, their quarterback for Pitt got knocked out, Kelvin Slovis. And then the backup quarterback came in, and they said he could barely even walk. And Tennessee still went to overtime and won that game.
Yeah.
I figured Tennessee would have blown them out after that.
You know what they do? They play defense. Their coaches are real defensive minded coaches.
The Dallas Cowboys may want to call up somebody.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Dak's out for the year, so the Cowboys season's over.
Is he out for the year?
Yeah, he's more injured than anybody I've ever seen.
Wow.
You know they're gonna have to go get one. And why don't they get the ex-Auburn star?
Oh, Cam?
Yeah, why don't they get him?
I don't know. You know, A.J. McCarron's out there if they needed a backup.
Yeah,
Well, they're looking at the backup quarterback for the Ravens, and I think they're looking at a Pittsburgh Steeler backup because Pittsburgh had three quarterbacks that did well, you know, during the preseason. But I'd hang on to mine because somebody's likely to get hurt.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I watched a few minutes of Aaron Rodgers against Minnesota. He didn't feel like he's got much left.
Yeah, he had a bad game.
Packers, they don't look very good.
Well, they traded away their great receivers, and these guys. I imagine Adams and probably one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Do we go over the pro games?
No, we haven't. We have not gone over that.
We can give a rundown of who won.
But, of course, we're still talking about all the games this week, and Ole Miss will handle Georgia Tech. At least I wasn't very impressed with Georgia Tech.
I don't know. Georgia Tech played Clemson pretty tough until late in that game. I mean, it wasn't like a blowout.
Yeah.
Ole Miss travels to Georgia Tech this weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
That'd be interesting.
And, of course, Georgia Southern against UAB. My buddies doesn't need to lose 2 in a row. Evidently, Georgia Southern is starting to throw the football, Mike.
Here's your recap over the weekend in NFL. Buffalo destroyed the Rams on Thursday night. That surprised you?
No. They got a great quarterback at Buffalo.
And defense.
I mean, that Josh Allen kid is the real deal.
Yeah.
Played at Wyoming. New Orleans came back to beat Atlanta 27-26. Miami, Tua beat Mac Jones 20-7.
How bad is Matt Jones hurt, Mike?
I think it's something that he just took a big shot. Should be able to play next week, is what they're saying. Justin Fields, the former Ohio State quarterback, had a big win for the Bears. The Bears beat San Francisco 19-10. Indianapolis and Houston tied 20-20. So that means the game went to overtime and still nobody scored. Big win for Pittsburgh. They beat Cincinnati 23-20. Joe Burrow, the former great LSU quarterback, threw 4 interceptions.
And that game almost ended in a tie, and it was like field goal. There were snapper issues for Cincinnati. That guy probably does not have a job today. And then the kicker for Pittsburgh hit a long field goal, but it hit the goalpost and bounced off. It was who
it was a solid
it almost
hit.
ended in a tie.
You could hear that all over the stadium.
Yeah, Najee Harris got hurt, but they think he'll be back this week. He had a knee injury, I think.
Yeah.
Baltimore beat the Jets 24-9. The Jets are still bad. Philadelphia Eagles, Jalen Hurts got a big win, 38-35. Cleveland Browns won with their backup quarterback over Carolina, 26-24.
And beat their former quarterback.
Jacksonville Jaguars lost again to the Washington Commanders, or not to say Redskins. And then Las Vegas Raiders, my favorite team, lost to the Chargers 24-19. Other games that afternoon, Minnesota won 23-7 over Green Bay. The Titans had a field goal to win the game, lost to New York Giants at home 21-20.
Hey, let me tell you this. That should have been the biggest embarrassment of all time for the Giants to beat you. The Giants quarterback, to me, is terrible.
Then a huge blowout here. Kansas City went to Arizona and beat Arizona 44-21. And then Tampa Bay beat Dallas pretty easily on Sunday night, 19-3. I mean, Julio Jones looked pretty good for Tampa Bay. I don't know if y'all saw him.
Yeah.
But he looks like he might be back.
Yeah.
And then Seattle, Denver last night, 17-16. Even though Jerry Jeudy, the former Alabama star wide receiver, had a big game for Denver.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you.
I tell you what, I enjoy the NFL, I guess, really, now more than ever, because there's so many former Alabama players on all these rosters.
Yeah.
And several of them, I don't have it in front of me, got injured.
And when
got injured.
You're right. And then when you can look at some of the teams that won, I mean, they might not win another game. A lot of these teams.
They're already positioning for who's going to get the first pick next year.
Right.
After week 1.
And now,
Listen to this, Dad. The University of Alabama breaks 2 student enrollment records. Alabama almost has 39,000 students now.
39,000. Oh boy, that is.
8,000 students for freshmen.
Oh gosh, boy, they're after some money, aren't they?
That is a huge number at the University of Alabama. I remember when I worked at the University of Alabama for 2 years. I think Alabama had 32,000.
How many students does Auburn have, Mike?
I don't know. I have to pull it up.
But
I think Auburn's around 25.
yeah, my buddy Scotty Scheffler became the player of the year. Mike went 58 tournaments over more than 2 years between getting PGA card. It turned out that he is the #1 player in the world.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Yeah.
I mean, he won the Masters and won 4 other tournaments.
Yeah. Cam Smith and Rory McIlroy were the other 2 that won several awards.
Auburn's got 24,931 undergraduates, and they have 5,510 postgraduates. So Auburn has 31,506.
So it's big, yeah, both of them. And how about Troy? What does it say about Troy?
I'll have to pull it up.
Can you get that?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
All right. And Troy, I think, includes the branches in Montgomery, Dothan, and Phoenix City. I want to
Who
say.
does Pine Liberal Arts have this weekend?
We got Port St. Joe.
Port
there.
St. Joe on the beach.
Go to Port St. Joe. And
So that is Tanner Jones, Dad, the former Troy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I bet you his daddy helped his daddy was a great intramural player. I mean, he played intramural and for the Pie Caps, and they didn't lose the game for about 4 years.
is that from Port St. Joe?
Yeah, that's right.
I got a fraternity brother. I called him yesterday, and I called the school, and she put me up with him. He's the superintendent down there now. His name's Jim Horton. Jim Norton.
Yeah.
And, but Pike Liberal Arts will travel to Port St. Joe, and then next week will be homecoming
All right.
against Montgomery Catholic.
Well,
But Lynette will play Luverne. Zion Chapel will travel to Ayrton. Opp is at Pike County.
you watch
Big
Pike
game.
County here. You
Opp at Pike County.
Hey, excuse me before we leave that.
Okay.
The guy that transferred from Pike Liberal Arts, he scored a 35-yard run for Pike County the other night.
Is that Ian Foster or the Williams?
No, the Williams boy.
Okay. Let's see, you got
Since Troy's overall all campuses and online students is at 18,000.
Whoa, what? Man, oh man.
So that's all campuses
Sure.
and online students. I used to think it was way more than 18,000.
Yeah, but it's
I mean, all the military bases throughout the world. I feel like that number's down.
that's still pretty impressive though. 18,000.
Other campuses include Dothan, Montgomery, and Phoenix City. So if it's just Troy, Dothan, Montgomery, Phoenix City at 18,000, that is a lot.
That's impressive, isn't it? Sure is. And of course, Troy is one of the leading universities using. I always say stay at home and take classes on the computer.
how big
Since
would,
today, the university serves the educational needs of students in 4 Alabama campuses and 60 teaching sites in 17 U.S. states and 11 countries. Troy University has over 100,000 alumni in 50 states of the U.S. and in other countries.
Well, good. Good. I'm proud of that.
So alumni affairs, if they could just get $25 from all 100,000 alumni, that'd be a lot of money.
Sure would. Sure would. Horseshoe Bend, Highland Home plays Horseshoe Bend this week. Goshen plays Lafayette. Rehoboth, can you believe this, Mike, plays at Enterprise.
homecoming for Enterprise?
Yeah. Providence
It is
Christian.
homecoming.
I tell you what, Pate's having a rough start.
Kinston plays Brantley and Beauregard against Charles Henderson High School of Troy in Troy, 7 o'clock kickoff on a Friday night.
Battle the unbeatens.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you,
Both teams
I'm going to watch that. It'll be on Troy Cable, I guess. Troy Cable will be covering that game on Thursday night. Do we know?
Are we going to be carrying that game?
Or no. That game will be Friday night. Boy.
Yeah.
All these are Friday.
Are we going to carry the
The
Beauregard
next week will
Charles
be
Henderson
Friday.
game?
On Thursday, rather.
I was asking
Yeah.
Stephen. Yeah,
We're not
we
sure.
don't know yet which ones we're going to televise. But it's very good to know that we can do that and do it with quality. I'm going to tell you, Steve and his bunch do a great job. Have you noticed the quality of the games?
I watched one game, and I like the sideline camera view. You know, during the game, they've got a person on the sidelines with the camera live that they can kind of see the coach's expression from a distance. It's not really in his face, but I'm enjoying the playbacks.
Yeah.
You know, the replays.
That's what's so nice. The replay. And if Charles Henson does the game, it'll probably be
I think the weather's going to be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Too.
And it'll be Armstrong and Lowry doing the play-by-play, I would think.
Probably Neil
Bullet Bob Armstrong and Wally Lowry.
Yeah, they do a good job. Do a great job.
You got a guy doing the public address now at Charles Henson. James Sparrow does a great job. He's a good friend of Wally.
I know him. That's
they
right.
have a breakfast club on Saturday mornings, usually Wally and Neil and Sparrow and David Hennigan.
Yeah, Hennigan,
Big Dunn, Mr. Dunn, I can't think of his first name. The one that's got the three triplets. What's his first?
Oh, Carol.
You talking about Ben?
Yeah, Ben Dunn.
Yeah, Ben Dunn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, Mike. I tell you what, his son's a good ball player.
Benton's about 6'2", 240, 250, I would think.
Plays center, doesn't he?
He's a center.
Yeah.
A junior.
Yeah.
Looks like Alabama Vanderbilt will be next week at 6:30. TV time has come out for that. Alabama La Monroe will be at 3 o'clock this weekend. Trying to find out what television is covering these. Vanderbilt game will be on the SEC Network.
Yeah.
And then I guess La Monroe will be on the SEC Network as well.
Yeah. Who do you think would play Alabama a better game, Troy or La Monroe?
Well, La Monroe beat Troy last year, so maybe La Monroe.
No, you said that don't matter. But you don't think?
I mean, La Monroe beat Troy by 3 touchdowns last year.
Yeah, but this year, do you think that? And who would draw the most attention? Troy. Yeah. Oh gosh.
I don't know. I mean, Troy brought 3,000 fans to Oxford. I think Troy would definitely bring more fans.
Yeah, no question about it.
I mean,
no telling how many.
Everybody was mentioning the huge home attendance. I think it's one of the biggest crowds in Texas history, like 105,000 were at that game.
Oh yeah, that was a big game.
And it was 125 degrees on the field, but Alabama ended up not bringing their band. And from what I heard, there was only maybe 1,000 Alabama fans at that game.
Yeah.
They said that was just not a very, traveled game for Alabama.
Benny's two granddaughters went, and they had a big time.
Yeah, I saw some people on Facebook, some friends of mine that were at the game.
Yeah,
but,
that's right.
I tell you what, you did not hear Alabama's crowd at all.
Yeah. The setting was there for Texas, and I'll tell you this, and don't tell me I'm wrong. If Texas would have won that game, they would have stormed the field, and they would have tore down the goalposts. And I know those people were concerned about it, but the fans, most all the fans would hit the field like they do when Auburn does something great, And but don't you think they would have been the biggest day in Texas football history, probably?
A long time.
And
yeah, they I watched the BYU Baylor game, and Baylor was ranked 9th, and that game didn't end until 1:30 in the morning. And every single one of those BYU fans stormed the field at the end of that double overtime.
yeah, I tell you what, people that they look at, look at them as a school that doesn't get excited about their football program. Well, I tell you what, they haven't watched the same BYU team that I've watched.
They travel to Oregon. They play Oregon this Friday.
Yeah, that's right.
Or Saturday.
My buddy at Oregon. Mike, what do you think?
Bo?
Yeah, Bo. What have you done?
They put up 70 this past weekend.
Yeah, I mean, did you get the stats on it? See what Bo did this last week. We're talking about Bo Nix, former Auburn quarterback, who transferred through the portal to Oregon, and and we were.
I think they beat Eastern Washington. I believe the Braves. They have gone out west now, lost 3 in a row. Now the Mets are back up 1.5. Mets lost yesterday too, but the Braves and the Mets are definitely going to come down the wire. Looks like in the East.
Yeah.
Hard to keep up with baseball with football going on though.
Yeah, I watched that part of the Braves game last night. It was late too. They were playing in.
Yeah, they're out in San Francisco playing.
And they'll be late tonight, but they'll be televised on Troy Cable.
The Braves have this pitcher named Strider. The guy's probably about 5'11", but he throws up 100 miles an hour. Starting pitcher.
Man.
He averages about 11 strikeouts a game. So if y'all ever want to watch a kid, future phenom pitcher, watch him when he pitches for the Braves.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's amazing though. Like if y'all ever watch a Major League Baseball game, it's just hard to believe how these guys coming out of the bullpen all throw 97 to 100 miles an hour.
All right, now let's find out something.
Let's see. I'm still trying to pull
this
them
guy
up.
right here, with Michael, and he's able to get good information, and Forrest gets good information. I really don't have to even look at anything.
Well, here's his season stats. He's thrown 5 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, has 450 yards. But I'm trying to find the stats.
We're looking at Bo Nix. Yeah.
I'm just having a hard time.
Well, he didn't do anything against Georgia much, so we'll find out about that. And
against this past weekend, Bo Nix was 28 of 33.
Whoa, boy!
277 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Golly, Bo Nix. I don't care if you're playing the House of David.
House of David. Wow.
Yeah, well, the House of David used to have a ball team, with a basketball team with a bunch of bearded guys. He looked like that. You might could play for the team. Look at Mike in his right-hand corner of the film, of the screen. Son, you need to get a haircut.
I want y'all to take a picture of me smiling.
Yeah, and Steve, I'm so glad that you got Mike back on the Zoom, because Mike contributes to this show like very few people could. But
I've been doing this show for 10 years. I told my wife the other day. She said, "Trust me, I know."
Oh well,
my wife loves me a whole lot when I
see if you can pick that up right there.
I leave her to get the kids ready every day.
Mike, while we're talking, and we're going to be trying to pick up the phone, we want to talk to Jason Gregory.
Let me put you on hold for a minute, Michael.
Just for a minute.
Millie wants to say hi.
Hey, Millie. Hey, darling. Hey, precious. We love you.
We're going to try to call Jason.
She's 4 years old. Isn't that right?
Big 4-year-old. I can't get her centered up.
But I tell you what, she's a sweetheart. I tell you, I'm coming to see you.
Mike's gonna bring you some donuts.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can call him. I'm gonna put you on hold
all
for a
right,
second, Michael.
called Bull and what?
Trying to get up with Jason Gregory and talk about the Bull and Bear Bash this weekend in Troy. Let's see if we can get him up.
Jason, Mike Amos calling you from today in L.A. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great.
Hey, tell me about this Troy Bull and
Barrel
Bash.
Bull and Barrel Bash, man, it's going to be this weekend, Friday and Saturday night. And I'm saying it's going to be fun. If you want to see real bull bucking action, it's going to be there this weekend. You want to see great barrel racing, it's going to be there this weekend.
Oh, well, let me tell you this. I want to see Olivia, Maddie, and Emily ride those horses.
They'll be there this weekend.
They
Friday
will.
and Saturday.
What time does it start, Mr. Jason?
6:30.
6:30, both nights. Okay.
So 6:30 both nights, and this is a great event that you're bringing to Troy, and of course you're doing it not only for our enjoyment, but also for a great cause. The College Senior Center and the
St. Jude. Yes, sir.
St. Jude and
Research Hospital.
I tell you do so much to help our community, Jason, and I know you got to be excited though that not only for all the guys who love bull riding, but also the quality riders that you've got in your own house. They're quite competitive, aren't they?
Oh yeah, we're going to have some more. I'm telling you, it's going to be big.
All right. Well, that's great.
It's a great time to get your family out and come watch bull riding and barrel racing.
All right, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, it starts at 6:30 both Friday and Saturday nights, and my favorite event in rodeo is the bull riding, and people talk about athletes. Well, let me tell you something. Those athletes with those stiff shirts, hey, those guys are athletes. Every athlete that I know doesn't get thrown from a bull that weighs almost 1,000 pounds.
Probably 2,000.
2,000 pounds.
Yeah. But
if Auburn beats Penn State, will y'all have toilet paper out there to roll the Cattleman's Blue Cushion? Absolutely. I'm gonna bring a tree just for everyone to roll.
Oh, well, that tickles me, Jason. And of course,
Jason, have you actually watched Auburn much this year? I hadn't watched many games. I mean, what's your opinion so far? I watched the past weekend. I wasn't real enthused until towards the end of it. But
yeah.
So I mean, do you think Finley's the quarterback? Had trouble last week.
Yeah.
Well, Jason, something I did do, I did come out to the dealership and was looking around, and the first thing I asked, I said, "Where's Jason?" And the guy said, "Well, he's gone to a big
Horse cutting show?
Yeah, horse cutting show. Tell us about that."
Man, I just found my girls were having so much fun. I wanted to get into it. I went out and bought some cutting horses, and they were having a lot of fun with it.
Did you buy them or did you just ride them?
No, I bought them.
Okay. So you're getting into another. You gonna have him have those horses on the ranch? Is that right?
I try. Yeah, they're out there. We just got back from a meet, Louisiana.
Yeah, I knew you went to Louisiana somewhere.
I tell you what, going to the cutting horses, the movie, the show Yellowstone, there was a segment there about, the professional cutters, and then there was an offshoot of it. That's an interesting part of the cowboy history is the cutting horse. It's very neat how they try to cut and control how a cow runs or goes.
Oh, listen, it's definitely a fun sport.
Now, I didn't realize until just a couple of weeks ago that you ride cutting horses. Have you been doing that a long time? Were you raised doing that, or what? You just started, and you got on those horses and performed at this event.
Yeah, I just started from about 6 months ago, and it's been a challenge, but it's been fun.
And you did not ride the horses when you were growing up?
Oh, I did. No, I did years and years ago.
Okay, so you're bringing back a past, one of your favorite pastimes, then?
Oh yeah.
But I tell you what.
Just go ahead and bring back the Troy Rodeo program.
Yeah, I know. Why don't you and just provide scholarships for these guys?
Yeah, the Troy Rodeo program lasted for about 15 years, didn't it?
And it was a quality program too. Sure was.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but it sure would be nice. I got kids. They're getting close to that age to start thinking about it.
Well, I tell you what, I know you're proud of Olivia and Maddie and Emily, your girls, and they're all competitive like you are. You're a very competitive person, and if you're gonna do something, you're gonna be competitive at it. And now you brought these horses back to Troy. How many did you buy?
Oh man, I've got 4 cutters.
Oh, okay. And do you find that to be a lot of fun?
Oh man, it's so much fun.
Yeah, that's great. Well,
Do we have many more cutters in this area?
You need to get a guy going up to the Troy game, and some of these folks leaving Troy going to Appalachian State, and they need to have a Premier Dodge Chrysler Jeep sign to hold up live on ESPN during game day.
That's right.
Work that out.
We can work that out.
Mr. Jason, do
Work
we have many more cutters in this area that have cutting horses in this area?
Yeah, you got folks like Benny Pinker.
Yeah, Benny Pinker's got a new facility down there.
He's got a bunch of them.
I saw the lights on. Jody and I were coming back from Enterprise Saturday, and I looked to my left, and there were some lights on. So I guess that's what he has.
Oh yeah.
Well, now do you use his facility, Summit? Doesn't he have a brand new?
Yeah, we go back and forth.
Yeah, but he got a brand new facility there. Is it top of the line?
Oh yeah, it sure is.
He's probably feeding his Bramer bulls by hand this morning.
Exactly.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, with these girls, what are the ages, Jason?
Olivia's 12, Maddie just turned 10, and Emily's about to be 8.
Now, do all of them perform? All 3 of them?
Every one of them.
Well,
Is that 6th grade, 4th grade, 2nd grade?
That's correct.
Okay.
And do you run into a lot of competition for their age group?
Oh, there's a lot of competition out there.
Well, I tell you, I know it's got to be fun.
A lot of local competition, and a lot of in this region. We got a lot of shows that when we travel from town to town, we go to these Little Britches rodeos, barrel races, and there's a lot of competition out there.
Well, I tell you, isn't that fun? And of course, I know you're proud of these girls and their competitive spirit. All of them want to win, don't they?
I sure do.
Well,
but most of all, they're just glad to be there.
Yeah.
They're meeting new people and meeting friends and enjoying, horses. We're blessed to be able to do that sport, and they love it.
Yeah. Well, that is great. And of course,
It's a good family atmosphere.
You're always together.
I need for you to help me a little bit on that Marshall game next week. I need for you to help me. Oh, my good friend.
So this is all going this weekend, trying to raise money for the Colley Senior Center. Is that right?
The Collins Senior Center in St. Jude.
That is wonderful.
Oh, that's great. St. Jude's a great
Jerry
call.
Bird, my partner in this deal, my dear friend, he's real big with the St. Jude Cancer Center.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Up in Memphis.
Yeah, that's right. One of the top cancer for children hospital in the country.
That's what we do it for.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Jason
Started,
Gregory.
Danny Thomas started years and years ago.
That's right. Sure did. Jason Gregory, of course, the owner and operator of Premier Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram trucks in Troy. And, of course, has it been a banner year so far?
Man, it's been a good year. You know, it's a little tough with inventory, but hey, we're getting through it.
Why, are you having a hard time getting some vehicles?
Turn around, so.
Are you having a hard time getting some vehicles from the
You know, we're selling it. It always looks like we don't have a lot of inventory, but the problem is we're selling it so fast that we just can't ever really recoup and start stocking inventory.
So
it's not always a bad problem, but you know, it's it's a lot of things.
Yeah. Of course, you're selling a lot of vehicles from the home store on the bypass here in Troy, but and then the problem is getting them back quick enough because they sell so quick. That Ram truck's got to be the leading truck truck in the country.
A bunch of them.
And
we sell a bunch of them, and you know, and the other thing is, you know, we make sure we have a lot of inventory. You know, I'm sending my drivers all over the country picking up real nice hand-selected pre-owned pieces that are still in the warranty.
Yeah.
So, man, whether I want to sell a new one or I want to sell a bunch of used ones.
You know, and can you keep enough drivers? I mean, you got them all on the road. Do you need more drivers?
I could always use more drivers.
Because
I work my drivers overtime.
That's great. That's great. And I've heard that you're very very generous with your drivers, and of course it's a great asset to have when you got a car in Biloxi or got a car in Memphis or a car in Atlanta. You can just shoot up
Miami.
At Miami. How far do you go sometimes?
Well, the furthest I've gone is I've flown drivers to the northern tip of Michigan.
Oh boy, I know that place. I know it. Yeah. Well,
and they all know how to get to the west side of Texas really well.
All right, that is great. Well, thank you so much, Jason. We appreciate your time this morning, and good luck to you on the upcoming bull riding and barrel racing.
Absolutely. Hey, we'll see you there.
All right, good.
Night, Saturday night.
Good to see you, my friend.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. And of course, Michael's already gone. And of course, Premier Dodge Chrysler Jeep and Ram trucks, and of course all of our sponsors, Troy Bank and Trust Company. Remember, they're the only bank you'll ever need. Bird Drugs on the corner in downtown Troy. We got a lot of sponsors we're so proud of, and we hope that you'll pay close attention when you're shopping downtown or anywhere in Troy, that you're conscious of our sponsors, and we appreciate you. And of course, been a good day, my friend. You guys, you bring out a lot of information, and that's pretty much everything we need to get out.
Well, we yesterday, last couple of days between our garden at the Pike Laboratories, we have a little garden that was set up last year. I've had to do some weed eating and spraying for sand spurs.
Yeah, okay.
In between the beds, not in the beds.
Yeah, I got you.
And I finished that up yesterday, so we're getting some plants donated by Bonnie Plant. We're going to be planting those in the next 2 or 3, 4 days.
And we've got our scoreboard show tomorrow, so we're going to do our scoreboard show this week on Wednesday, and looking forward to that. And of course, looking forward to our show tomorrow, bright and early, for Today in LA. Have a good one.